Alright. And as I said before, bring it back over here. And then go over to my YouTube channel. I'm gonna get the tags going, guys, and then I'll turn the game on. Stuck it in that playlist there. Dude, hang on. I gotta go back to, because I'm gonna copy the tags in, because it's giving me difficulties with the thing for some reason. My tag generator is giving me a lot of difficulties for some strange reason, so I'm just gonna copy and paste the tags in here for the game from my previous live streams. Unfortunately, I can't put the tags in before I turn the stream on. That's not how Streamlabs works, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
It's just not how it works, so I'm gonna have to copy the tags in here so it's findable, basically searchable, and then I'll get the game going. Unfortunately, it's taking longer than it usually does. Alright, we're good to go now. Alright. There we go. I'm just gonna hit play. Hey, thanks for watching, whoever that is. I don't have the game set up yet, but that's because I've been sticking in the tags and stuff so you guys can find it. But I'm just now firing up the game, as you can see. I'm going to be starting pausing the game quite a bit, guys, so that the game doesn't run away from me or anything. Alright. We're gonna start a new game because the one I was doing just went to crap, basically. It took me longer to do something, so I need to do that before the Russians invade Poland themselves, because that's where I ran into the issue and whatnot. But we have actually played multiple series of Germany and failed all the times, unfortunately. But you know, it is what it is. Keep trying. I think part of it is that I'm not building the army as big as I need to actually succeed, if that makes sense. What I'm gonna do is actually just take all of these divisions here and convert them into regular infantry divisions because they're just easier to maintain at the beginning of the game here. And we're gonna leave the game paused for a little bit until we actually get things organized the way I want them to be organized.
Angetreten. Zuhören. Bereit. Angetreten. Zuhören.
Okay, that's 12.
Angetreten.
13.
Achtung. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Just piecing together the military as of right now.
Befehle.
21 divisions.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Achtung. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
That's a complete army. And so
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
that's going to that
Bereit zum
guy.
Ausrücken.
This is going to this guy.
Zuhören. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ihre Befehle.
We're going to make sure that we have everybody in their respective armies before I get myself a couple of generals. I believe that was everybody. Now we're going to organize the factories and such. We do need support equipment, something heavy. At least at the beginning of the game for sure. I'm gonna get some tanks rolling out too. You know what? I should put that final factory probably on trucks, to be fair. Well, not trucks, but trains. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put that one on those trains so we can get those cooking out. And that way we always have trains coming out. First thing I'm going to work on is these economic policies. We're going to go down this route, which we're going to be limited until the MOE bills actually expire. So we won't be able to do national focuses, at least towards the economic side of things, for a little bit. But until then, we will be doing other national focuses as well. But the plan is to actually invade Poland in 1936 or early 37, whatever happens actually. But I would like to do it by 1936. And then I'm going to go down the engineering tree so we can get things going and choose a scientist. Now, I am going to be building other military facilities, research facilities, so that we research other things as well. But for right now, I'm going to focus on what we do have, and that's the land warfare facility. Almost forgot. I gotta give these guys some generals. Give that guy that.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
And then we'll give this guy this set of divisions. But what we are going to do is we're going to get a field marshal that is commanding all these forces. Yeah, we're going to have to go with him, actually. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start by building civilian factories, just a couple of them, because with those economic policies we're going to get quite a few of them, so that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, so now we're building 10 civilian factories. I think after that, what we're gonna do is actually focus on the railroads so that we can get supplies flowing. My camera just went crazy. There we go. I zoomed all the way out so I could see where I was at. Right now we don't have bad supply, but that's because we're not on the border with Poland. So what I'm gonna do is actually try to get those things done so that we negate all the possibility of having some kind of supply issue while we're on the border itself. We're more than likely to have one while we invade. That's not unheard of. But I want to make sure that while we're actually sitting on the border, we don't have any issues whatsoever. I think that's about it. Now, after that, I'm gonna do the rubber production facilities so that we can get out of this deficit of rubber. I think putting one of these in each state of Germany would actually be beneficial, to be honest. So that's what we're going to actually do. That way, yes, we're filling up our slots right now, like our build slots, but I can always extend that to a certain extent. So I'm gonna put a lot of these in the Reich so that we don't have a rubber issue. They're going to be building those rubber facilities for quite a while. You can see it's quite long, but even so, that's going to pay off in spades at some point in time. I'm going to extend the fuel storage as well, now that we're actually thinking about that. And they're going to come after the rubber factories because they actually produce fuel at the same time. So, that's why we're doing that. Okay. Now we have all this to go through, but this is going to go pretty quick, especially the railroads and stuff. Now, I'm also going to increase the military factories as well, but I want to be able to get through some of the queue first before I actually put those in there. So I'm gonna take my
Ihre Befehle?
field marshal
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
and we're gonna add him to the field marshal. We're gonna take the field marshal and we're going to line him up with Poland. Then what we're going to do is we're going to draw up a offensive line. And he's going to go right for Warsaw. And I'm actually going to put this in 4 times speed so that the stuff in the queue gets built faster and all that. And we get political power because we're going to need that to do early on. Once it hits 150 political power, I think it's 150. Let me check. Okay, we already have partial mobilization, so that's good. That is good. So I won't have to worry about actually building, making him go to partial mobilization. I'll just have to worry about dealing with the military issues. But we're going to let this queue go down some. And then I'll put the military factories in once we actually take Poland. Because I don't... excuse me. I don't want the queue to be so big that it takes us too long to go through. But then again, I want enough fuel, and I want enough fuel capacity and enough rubber to actually supply the massive army that I plan to do. Now, I do plan on doing the invasion of Poland in 1936, which is about 3 years earlier historically than it was originally. And there's a reason for the fact that I want to do it like that is because it keeps us out of trouble for some time. If you wait until 1939, then the Brits and the French back up Poland, which I do not want. I want to keep Britain and France out of the war for as long as possible. So, what I want to do, oh that's right, I have to do a military focus this time because I gotta wait until the MOE bills expire. So, what we're going to do, maybe if my screen will slide over, thank you. We're gonna go down the army tree for a little bit until the bills expire, and then we'll continue going down the economic focus tree. But I'm gonna unpause the game now that we have a focus and let the game just do its thing. I'll be pausing and stopping the game as technology breaks out and national focuses become completed. Now, I'm not recruiting any troops right now because I'm trying to get my factories to catch up with the demand for weapons and stuff. So I will be recruiting more troops into the army, a lot more, but I want to give them a chance to catch up. Actually, let me see where our production is right now. Yeah, see, we're just in the green, guys. We're just in the green. So I'm just going to let that slide for a couple months, maybe a year. I might even just use the army that we have to actually take Poland. And then once we do take Poland, actually just use that time to strengthen the military afterwards. Because right now we're barely in the green right now. And I want to give them time to catch up with thousands of whatever we need so that we can make multiple divisions over of the same thing. For those of you that don't know the game, this field marshal here, the reason why my two armies, they go up to 24, but they can increase over time. But these two armies next to him go up to 24. That's 24 divisions. Now, the reason why the field marshal only goes up 5 is because he can hold 5 of those 24 division armies under his command. So you multiply 24 divisions times 5, and that's how much he can hold under his entire command. So he can hold entire armies under his command there. So that's why that number is much lower than the other two. Okay. What are we doing next? Did I already pause the game? Yes, I did. I try to make that a habit so the game doesn't run away with me and stuff. I think we'll do an Air Force one until, because we're going to need that eventually. And I appreciate the one person that's watching. Hello to you. I hope you have a good night. And again, appreciate you. Alright, so I'm going to unpause the game here. And I want to go check at our construction queue right now. Okay. Is the game? Yes, the game is going. Alright, it's gonna be really slow construction at the beginning here. I'm not gonna lie to you, but over time that's gonna speed up. I'm just waiting for the bills to expire so that I can go down the economic tree a little more. That way, the construction speed will speed up as we get more civilian factories in there, which is why I put these in here first. There's about 10 construction factories in here, and I like to watch the queue on Hearthfire 4 because it's not like other Paradox games where you get notifications that something is built. So if you don't keep tabs on this construction tab, it's going to keep going without you building something. So you always want to keep tabs on this specific tab all the time. Another tab you want to keep tabs on all the time is this tab here. This is your recruitment tab where you recruit your units, etc., etc. Okay, so we got a new technology, so I'm going to briefly pause the game here and start researching another technology. We're going to go with the mechanical computing here. That's going to increase our technology research. Now, one thing I need to do real quick is actually, so we're back up to civilian factories. So I need to go down to partial mobilization yet again. And that would be because I am using a different national focus tree for the economic system. I am not using the MOE bills. the MOE bills wrecked Germany's economy over time. So I don't want to do that because the tree that we're going down right now actually has a better outcome than the MOE bills. So that's why I had to spend the political power to go back to partial mobilization there. If you guys have any questions or you want to converse with me, go ahead and do that because we're going to be sitting around for a little bit waiting for things to get set up and whatever else. But I will try to keep you guys as engaged as possible so that you guys don't lose interest. At this point, we are going to get another national focus. And what I'm going to do, because the bills actually expired when we got that one technology, is I'm going to have currency reforms. This is going to give us free civilian factories that we don't need to build. But in the time spent to get that national focus, we're actually going to be building 10 more civilian factories overall. It's less than that now because they're pumping them through, but we're going to be getting 10 more on top of what the national focus is giving us. I'm going to let the game play now, and we're going to let the game do its thing. Another tab that you want to look at all the time is the production tab. This shows you how much of what you have at a particular time. Right now we have 3,000 something rifles. Okay? This is the bread and butter of whatever faction you play as on Hearts of Iron 4. Now I do plan on getting one of the DLCs outside of the Resistance DLC because I found that I do like the DLC. So we are actually not playing the base game. We do have one DLC with us. But I do plan on getting some more so that you're aware of that because it makes the game so much better, to be honest. But I think what we need to do is actually at this point, maybe we can try to recruit some divisions here. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pause the game just briefly so that I don't have the game running while I'm trying to add units to the queue here. Now, nice thing that you can do is I'm not going to do this because of a particular reason, because I'd rather just do this 24 times or whatever. But what you can do is actually, let's see, you can have multiple divisions, types of divisions. Like if I click right here, that's going to add a Panzer division that's being recruited with the other two. However, what I like to do is actually just pump out as many as I can on the top. So I'll go like this, alright? And I'll usually stop until, once this bar isn't exactly what it needs to be. So at that point, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of that. But usually what I do is if I want multiple divisions, I'll just keep going down to one, and then if I want to change the type of division that is getting trained at the same time, what I will do is I'll be like, I want 5 Panzer divisions. I'll make a Panzer division thing that goes all the way down, just as you've seen that I've done with the infantry divisions, and etc. Okay? I don't typically do it like this. Some people do, but to me it's kind of harder to keep that organized. I think, to be honest, I think we are going to do one Panzer division at a time. That way, we're still recruiting Panzer divisions, but we're not overwhelming the factories. Let me see how far we can actually go with these. Okay, so we can go maybe 2 divisions at one time of Panzer divisions. So I'm going to cancel this one. Okay, that's going to give us 2 divisions each time a Panzer division pops off. This should keep in line with the production of the factories. Okay, in this way, we make sure that the factories are not being overwhelmed with demand in the field. Now, this infantry division, the reason why I'm doing a little over than what is available is because it is not hard at all to get the stuff needed to make a infantry division. It is not hard. It happens very, very quick. So, that's why I'm not going to worry about that one. You see, they catch up real quick. And so, I'm not worried about the infantry equipment and stuff like that. And let's go check on our construction queue. Okay, we're doing a lot better right now. It's still not great, but we're doing a lot better than we were. So we're just gonna let the game do its thing. We got a new national focus, so I'm gonna go grab another national focus and see what happens. Okay, so I want to focus on the ones that give us free civilian factories that we don't have to build currently. I'm not going to focus on the other ones just yet because they require... You can only go so far down that economic tree before there are other requirements for you to do that national focus. Now we got a new technology that's basic machine tools and the 1918 weapons. As a result, I'm going to get concentrated industry, and then I'm going to also go into here, and I think actually I'm getting confused here. What I want to do actually is go down this artillery tree and get the Pack 36. I'm not going to produce the Pack 36 until later because I plan on putting them into the army. But with the technology taken care of, I'm going to let the game play out for us. And I'll keep you guys posted on what's happening. You guys are watching live and things like that. I do understand that, and that's kind of why I'm talking so much. If I was recording, I would just, let time go by and then keep you posted on what happens and stuff like that. But I'm actually live streaming, so that's why I'm talking so much of the game. Because I want to keep you guys engaged as much as possible. That's why it's being played like a tutorial video. Because I want to keep you guys interested in the game. Which reminds me, yes, I do need to do that. I almost forgot. We're going to justify a war goal so we can invade Poland here. Alright. When is that war goal going to be done? February 10th, 1937, and we'll invade Poland for the first time. And it will be the last time, obviously. But we are still several years ahead of the actual historic date that which they did this. How much longer do we got on the divisions here? Oh yes, one thing I forgot to show you guys is this button alongside here. This allows me to deploy them early before they get into boot camp. Out of boot camp, I should say. I said in. My apologies. But that button on the side there allows me to deploy them early. I do not want to do that unless I exactly have to do that. There are situations where you have to do that, but I try not to do that because that means they're going to come out of the queue untrained and they're not going to go as well. They're not going to be as effective. But another thing that does is it makes the demand for the factories go up because they did not complete the demand while the soldiers were in boot camp. See, during the boot camp phase, they complete the orders that they need to fulfill that division's needs. If you do it early, then you're just going to pile up material debt. In other words, you're going to go into deficits of things, which you do not want to do. You don't want to overwork your factories. We got a new national focus, so I'm going to go ahead and get another one real quick for us. And I think we're going to do this one right here, guys. That's going to give us another national focus yet again. I'm going to let the game do its thing for a little bit. Actually,
Oh, yeah.
hey, how's it going, dude? I gotta change the color that comes off that. Can I actually do that while I'm on stream? Because that purple color just doesn't pick up right. Like, it's hard to read. I'm gonna pause this game so I can read you guys' comments. Because right now I'm having a hard time reading it because it is purple. I changed it to purple in hopes that it would come up a little better, but apparently it's worse. Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a difficult start, but believe me, guys, what I got planned, it's going to be worth it because I don't know if you guys know this, but the train tracks are pretty much OP, if that makes sense. If you keep your supply right and where it needs to be, then it's not as bad. But doing Poland early on, it's kind of the best move you can ever make because it's one place that you take and you don't have to deal with the allies. So that's what I'm doing here. Again, I would answer your question more fully or your comment more fully, but again, right now, I'm having a hard time reading it because I changed the color of it and it's terrible. I do wonder, let me see if I can change the color of that really quick. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can't change the color of that real quick. Because that's just terrible. That really is bad. Let's go to the chat here. Okay. Settings. Yes, I can change the color of that. Okay. Let's go with green here and see how that works. Okay. Let's see how this plays out, guys. Hey guys, do me a favor. My chat disappeared, so drop something in chat, guys, so I can see if it's easier to read, please. It might not even come up. I may have broken it, but like I don't see you guys' chats like at all right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a little easier to read. Okay. Thank you. I need to make the font bigger though. I think I do need to do that. I'm gonna make the font a little bigger because I am kind of using a small monitor, and so it's kind of okay. Hang on. Clicked on the wrong one. Just bear with me, guys. I'm messing with the font here. Okay, go ahead, guys, and see what comes through. In the meantime, I'm gonna get the game rolling again. And new technology. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right. Well, let's go ahead and check on our construction. Oh, this is going good. Now we got 15 factories going at least on one of the construction queues at the very moment at this point. But it's going to increase, obviously, as time goes on. But we're actually having 15 factories on each item at the top, which is a good thing. That's what I was looking for. I am not using some ports. I do realize that.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are welcome. I enjoy playing games like this for you guys. Whatever it may be, I do enjoy playing games for you guys. It's fun. Which reminds me, I do need to do that before I forget. I need to get it so that we're getting passive XP from our commanders here. Hey guys, I want you guys to be kind of proactive here in this stream here. So I'm going to ask you a question. Do you guys want a division speed buff by 10% and a 0.30 daily XP boost? Or do you guys want a experience gain by 0.30 again, but only this time it's division organization? Or do you want the same XP boost but with, okay, it's between these two guys, this one or this one, because we're not going with this one. This one sucks. It's basically just a training time buff. Just tell me in the chat whether you want an organization buff or a division speed buff. Because I'm going to let you guys decide who and what gets the seats on the command whatever. I'm going to sit on this screen until you guys give me an answer. Okay, yeah, we'll go with the speed buff then. There we go. Now, we're going to do the same thing with the Navy person. Looks like we can't get these other two though. But this sounds pretty good, so we're going to go with him. And we don't have enough political power to actually... Hey guys, do me a favor. Since I made the chat like bigger for me to read, and because my monitor is smaller than most YouTubers, do me a favor. If you have a big long text to tell me, okay, please break it up into multiple text messages so that I can get back to you effectively, okay? Because when you do a big long one, it cuts part of it off because my screen is so small. It's not a bad screen, but I need to get a big one for sure. Alright, I'm going to let the game do its thing for right now. Okay, so now we got more free civilian factories. So I'm gonna get the next national focus here. Go with the economic policy here, and I'm gonna get this one here. That's what I'm gonna do. it should be go time pretty soon, honestly. But well, it did say July 36th. It's in 37 that everything takes place. So we got quite some time, honestly. Okay. Is the game going? Yes, it is. So we're just sitting here and waiting at this point in time. Again, I do appreciate you guys like watching everything. I really do appreciate that. And if you haven't done it yet, push the subscribe button. Because I do a lot more than just this game, too. This game is one of my favorite games to do, but pretty much every Paradox game you can think of, I got it. So, I do a lot of Paradox games, a lot of historical games. You might say that I'm the historical gamer in a sense, but there's a guy that actually calls himself that on YouTube, so I'm not gonna call myself that. So, but yeah, a lot of the content on this gaming channel is historical based games. Not every single one of them, but a lot of them are. So if you like history and that kind of thing, you're in the right place for sure. Sometimes I don't like this dry part where um, you're just sitting and waiting, but what else are you gonna do? Not much else we can do about that. And we got a new national focus, so I'm gonna go ahead and pause the game here. And guys, do me a favor, watch the pause symbol, and if I forget to unpause the game, please let me know, because it's kind of important that I keep the game going, obviously. But sometimes when I'm playing single player without you guys being here, I do forget, and I'm like, I've been sitting on pause the whole time. I need to check that construction queue, actually. I kind of wish they had the notifications that the other Paradox games had. Even Hearts of Iron 3 had better notification system. But Hearts of Iron 3 and 2 were kind of annoying in that sense. And I think that's why they took it out of the fourth game, but it's kind of useful, to be honest. Kind of wish they had this same queue system that CK3 had. It's still kind of annoying with the notifications popping up, but at least you could keep track of this thing without constantly looking at it. You know? Okay, we got some more divisions here.
Zuhören.
Great. Alright.
Achtung.
We got some more divisions. This is gonna go to this guy. Yeah, it's almost to the railroads. Okay, good. Because, you know what? I think I'm going to move those railroads up on the queue, guys. Seriously, because I want to keep the supplies flowing easy. So that we don't have supply issues as we go into Poland. We're most likely going to, but this is going to allow us to go further without having any issues. So that's why I'm kind of doing that. If you're pros in the game, obviously you know that, but that's why I decided to push them up. Which reminds me, I need to pause the game for a minute because I want to look at the supply map here and tell my
Oh,
supply
yeah.
depots yeah, yeah, not a problem. I'm going to tell my supply depots, especially these ones up towards Poland, I'm going to tell them to use trucks instead of the horses. And this is going to allow us to go further without any supply issues because the trucks can um, take the supplies further after they've been offloaded from the railroads. However, that comes at a cost. Let me show you something. You've seen that I now we're fine. We're still in the green, but you've seen that I changed the supply depots to trucks, the ones close to Poland. Okay, when you do that, it actually costs these trucks that you're manufacturing. So, that being said, you do not want to do this too much unless you know you have enough trucks to do so. That's a little hack that you can actually have. Um, is there any more supply depots? I'm gonna change this one to trucks as well, just because it is close to the front. I'm going to change this one to trucks as well. Now we got the Pack 36 and the national focus that we were focusing on. Alright, let's get workers' rights. There we go. We're getting new technology here. Okay, we got workers' rights guys. And now we're just gonna get another one here. This is gonna give us a military factory for a change. Okay, we got the mechanical computing. And I'm gonna start going down, getting radio stuff and whatnot. Um, yeah, I didn't get the divisions. Yeah, I need to get that stuff.
Zuhören.
Alright. So now we have Panzer divisions,
Achtung.
which, you know what? That might not be a bad idea. I'm gonna give him a couple tank divisions, along with whatever he's got with him. doing? Thanks for joining the stream. Getting ready to invade Poland pretty quick here. Not just yet, but pretty quick here. Excavation, okay. And actually, I'm gonna get construction too, so that we can construct things faster. Yeah, the war's getting ready to kick off there.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
And now we got a free military factory from that. Where we're gonna put it? To be honest, probably wanna put them. Well, I don't know here. I almost want to put it on tanks because that's gonna be more crucial later game. Panzers, alright, cool. Okay. Alright. Now.
Bereit.
I'm gonna attach that to him. Alright. The war goal is completed. So at this point in time, all we're gonna do is do a couple of things. We're gonna declare war. And then going to go to the air map mode and get some planes and such on these armies. Actually, though, I'm
Ihre Befehle.
going to remove this and re-put him on that border. And also redo his attack line. He's got relatively 3 armies going at him. So they're not going to withstand this. As much as they might want to, they're not gonna. Yeah, they're not gonna withstand this like at all. Because as you can see, we're just absolutely plowing through them. It's like no contest whatsoever. I'll zoom in so you guys can see what's going on. What's going on the map there. As you can see, we're just plowing right through them real quick.
Ausrücken.
I mean, the multiple arms idea when you're configuring armies is really effective. It's extremely effective. Yep, holy crap. That is something to see. Yeah, that's crazy. That is absolutely nuts. Yep. Wow. It's crazy the speed at which they're doing this. I mean, it's 4 times, but still. Infantry expert. That is crazy. Warsaw has fallen. Won't be long, guys. Won't be long at all. Ah, ah. This is wow. I'll get the research and such done when this war is over.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit.
That's unfortunate. We're really deep in the corner right now. Huh. Well, that's it, guys. It's over and done with. Select all. Annex. Alright, great news. We won the invasion of Poland. That's great news. I'm gonna jack up the production of fighters because we're gonna need to do that. So I'm gonna jack that up. I got 4 military factories out of that. That's pretty good. Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for watching. Alright, let's get the research and stuff done now. Okay, it is 1937. So, I think what we want to do is we want to do some industry. Yes, we do. Get that industry stuff going right now. Increase the amount of rubber we're getting. And we're also gonna do refinery for fuel. And then next we'll be doing the storage of the fuel as well. And then I need to check this construction queue. Awesome, so we're almost done with the construction factories. That is fantastic news. And then we can focus on getting out of this rubber deficit. But for the time being, I'm going to let the game do its thing. I'm going to keep an eye on this construction queue for a little bit. Let's actually look at the recruitment queue. We're about to get some Panzer divisions. I'm going to add that to our Panzer commander. He does have a couple regular infantry divisions with him because I thought that would be pretty effective, and it turns out that it is. So, we're going to add some more Panzer divisions to that guy. And then, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do things a little bit different. I'm going to prepare myself to go to war with Russia early on. Actually, believe it or not. Which might sound like a stupid idea. I'm looking from the outside in. But I am going to try and conquer Russia early on. Because if we get through Russia, the Allies are not going to be able to stop us. That's the thing about that. It might be risky, but I'm going to try it. Okay, so what do you guys want? Infantry expert or ambusher or organization first or defensive doctrine? What do you guys want there? Put it down in the chat and we'll go down the route that you guys want to go down. Let's not forget, there's also the logistical ward as well. I'm going to pause the game until you guys give me an answer in the chat. And we'll do what you guys want to do. Logistical ward sounds nice, to be honest. Minus 15% supply consumption. That just sounds nice. But we'll do what you guys want to do. You get the choice between these ones that are darkened in. So just put it down in the chat and we'll go down the tree that you want to go down. You guys got like a minute left before I choose myself. Because I do need to keep the stream going here. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna go with logistical ward because it sounds so nice right now. The other stuff we can get later. It just sounds nice. And so, that's awesome. 15% less supplies for the whole army. That is OP. It seems like it's gonna be OP. Okay, what are we doing now? Let's do excavation 2. Alright. So we do have enough to do a couple of doctrines, but I'm going to save up to 400 something points to actually make a new variant of some type of vehicle that we're producing. So I'll leave that up to you guys. I'm thinking that we're going to make a variant of the light tank that we're producing instead of waiting for the medium tank. But I'll leave that up to you guys. If you guys want to wait until we do get medium tanks, that's fine with me. Just let me know in the chat. And all these oil refineries is gonna get us out of this rubber deficit that we've been fighting with and everything. So can't wait for those to get done. We won't be going to war for quite some time now that we've taken over Poland. But what I do want to do before we actually forget to do it, I want to build a spy agency. This is the one DLC feature that I do have. You have to buy this thing. This is not a base game feature. But it is useful as all get out, to be fair. So, the main reason that we're building the spy agency is because I need spies to help with the resistance. So the one spy that I get once this spy network is built, I'm going to put him or her on snuffing out the resistance in Poland. Okay? That's what I'm going to do at the beginning of the game. But in order to do that, I got to build a spy network. Actually, I'm going to build a spy network inside France, I think, at some point, and try and get them to flip to be fascist. Now, flipping somebody to fascist does not work the same way once you get this particular DLC. You have to use the agents to do it. You don't just click on the nation and promote your ideology, let's say. You actually have to have the spies do it. So that is why partially we're building the spy network. I'm going to get our new technology here. And I think what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to start going down this division tree here. The brigade tree. So that we can get support brigades for our divisions. Um. Alright. What just happened? Okay, we got a new national focus. Advance. Okay, awesome. Alright. So, I want to get this one for the Luftwaffe, and then I want to get combined arms after that. That's why we got advanced Panzer research the last time. Because you need that national focus to get the combined arms. So that's the purpose of getting that one. That spy network, that spy thing agency should be built pretty quick here. Yeah, it's going to be done in a couple of days. And I'll explain how that works once we get it. And I've been saving my political power for this purpose. Okay. We're going to pause the game briefly so I can explain this DLC. Okay? So we have the spy network. And right now, if I were to unpause it, we're going to get a new operative within 25 days. Now, if we click right here, it's going to temporarily cost me my civilian factories to upgrade the spy network. We're going to upgrade the spy network all the way. We're going to slowly go down this entire tree. Now, this is why I was building so many civilian factories at the beginning, because it costs 5 at the very least every time you do this. But it can become more. As you can see, it has all the way up to 15 civilian factories to do a particular training or research in regards to the intelligence agencies. But it does make the intelligence agencies better. So these are worth doing. We're going to start with civilian economic. Okay? And I'm going to fill all of these out as much as I can. Now, I got a nice little trick up my sleeve, and this is why I was saving the political power. Because at one point we're going to go to war economy. However, this is a DLC thing. See these two dudes here? It's going to allow us to get more agents from the agency. Okay, and then the next one. I kind of like that. We'll go with that. Okay. Now, well, now that we got that straightened out, you'll see that there are 3 slots there. Now I can have 3 agents, which is quite useful, that you will see later on as I build the network in whatever country I decide to build this network. Okay? Because we're going to use all 3 of them. And when we can, I'm going to see if we can't get a 4th one here. Because a lot of times you push this button. We can't do it yet. But if you push this button, become Spy Master, it gives you one more operative that you can have at one point and time. this is how many agents we have. This is how many are in jail waiting to be executed. These are the ones that have been killed. Okay? So keep in mind that our agents can die. That is why I have this 3 slots open the way I do. That way, if someone gets thrown in jail, we can save them from dying. But that's enough of that. We're going to let the game roll. You know what? We're going to extend our recruitment to extensive. That way we get more manpower from this tiny country. Well, it's not so tiny anymore, but you know, it is what it is. Let's check on that tab. Okay, so we're almost done with the civilian factories right now. Okay, so that's good. Let's let the game roll for a bit. $15 days till we get our next operative. Well, first operative, to be fair. There's also the capability of making garrisons, but I will take care of the resistance with my operatives. So more than likely won't need to use the garrisons as much as you do in the base game. And we got some military factories, it would seem. So I think what I'm going to do now is put some more on fighters, because this is going to be important later in the game. Alright, now that we have that, can we get Auschwitz? Anschluss or whatever it is? No, we can't. We gotta wait until the army is bigger to be able to do that. Which, how much time until we get more divisions? Not that much time at all, honestly. Let's let the game roll again. And we got our civilian economy. So next we're going to do the next one within the spy agency. And we got 5 days left until we get our first operative. We're going to go with the Army Department. Now, until we get at least 2 operatives, I'm going to focus on counterintelligence. I'm not going to build a spy network anywhere. I at least want to have 2 agents before I do something like that. So, that is the plan in regards to that. Now, we got rubber refinery and oil refinery. Now we also got our first spy. Now, usually I take the ones with the most perks, because the perks actually do help. Unfortunately, the agents only go up to level 2. So level 1 is actually not as low as it seems. So keep that in mind. We're working on the oil refineries at this point. That is good. Yes, I do want to pause while we're doing that. I'm gonna get our conversion speed up. That way when we increase our technology to the point where we can get a new weapon, it won't take as long for them to convert to that weapon. And they can start producing it faster. And get concentrated industry. Now, there is one downfall to concentrated industry, and that is that it is easily bombed. However, it produces more at one time. So if you have a strong air force or you have a strong anti-air in your country, which I mainly focus on the air force, then you don't have to worry about it so much. But if you don't do that, your industry is going to get bombed quite a bit. Let's go with a naval national focus. That should give us some naval ports to use, which I do not have any of them. I gotta get some people on that, honestly. Okay. Actually, you know what? We're gonna take a this one off of this, and then we're going to stick this factory on this, just because I like the dive bombers a little better, to be honest. We will be producing the tactical the bombers and stuff, but not until later in the game. Now, why am I getting rid of the naval ports? I'll tell you why. I'll show you why in a sec. We're going to make a new naval port thing, production line, and we're going to max it totally out. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make all the U-boats go to this number 8 fleet. Okay? Over the years, we're going to accumulate a U-boat fleet that is massive. I intend to use it when we go to war with the Brits and things, because we're going to need a massive fleet. So that's what I plan to do. Now, our next naval production line, we're actually going to put on convoys. And that's the reason why we're doing that, is so that we can produce convoys, which navally supply areas with supplies, and they also ship your Marines over. Okay, so that's why we will be doing that. And I need to look at the supply map mode here. As you can see, the supplies in the country right now is quite extensive. I'm also going to have her root out the resistance in Poland, so that we don't have to use the garrison troops as much. That's the nice thing about this DLC. It's actually one of the nice things, but it has multiple tricks to it. When we get our second operative, I will show you the second one and what we're about to do. Again, I'm going to save our army experience to get a new variant of a tank. But right now, technically we could get better doctrines, but I'm not going to do that just yet. Okay, we got more divisions.
Angetreten.
So now I do need to pause the game for a sec so that we can also
Bereit zum
do the
Ausrücken.
intelligence thing. But what was I thinking? Oh yes, I wanted to send those guys to this guy here. I think what I'm gonna do now is actually do this. I'm going to put them on the border of the Netherlands. No, you know what? I clicked on the wrong person. I was gonna put the entire army on the Netherlands. My apologies, guys. I screwed up here. We don't necessarily need the field marshal, but I do like to use the mass armies against a nation. So that's why I'm doing that. And that's kind of why I had him get the logistical
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
perk as well. So watch what happens. We're probably going to have some kind of supply issue, but the plan is to get the Netherlands to flip, because if I attack them now, the France and England are going to get involved. Now, while my agents are doing that, trying to get the Netherlands to flip, I'm going to be building up the forces, that kind of thing. And then once we do that, we're going to invade the Netherlands, then Belgium, and then we'll probably do Russia after that, because nobody's going to care about Russia. And by that point, we'll have a massive army, and we'll probably get stopped by the Russians, because they're very, very hard to beat. But I'm going to try to make it extremely hard for them to do that. So that is the plan. I'm going to try to make things extremely difficult for the Russians to actually beat us. Okay. So we're going to go down it. Yep. Now, as I said before, what we're going to do now is we're going to make a new naval production line, and we're going to make convoys. Again, if you're new to the game, what this does is we're going to max this out. This is a nice little hack here. You'll see that right now it's not allowing me to put 15 ports on the convoys. However, a lot of the experts in the game, I don't think know this very much either. If you put 15 ports or 15 factories on a specific item, what will happen is as you get said ports or said factories, they will automatically go to that particular item until the item is up to the desired amount of factories or ports that you want on that item. So that is why I'm going a little overkill and I'm doing more than is available. Okay? It's not that I don't know what I'm doing, it's just a little hack because it allows me to keep things being put on that particular item without actually putting that port on that item. Now, I gotta go to the intelligence screen here. One day until we got our next one. which reminds me, I do need to upgrade the agency itself. So now we're going to get the Navy Department. We're going to let the game go. How are we doing on that? Okay. So now we're focusing completely and utterly on the rubber refineries. This is going to do two things. It's going to give us fuel that we need, and it's also going to give us the rubber that we need. I'll show you what I'm talking about, just in case you guys are new to the game here. Alright. So, if we go to our production, okay, it shows me that we have a negative, what is it? -9, basically, amount of rubber. So we have a -9 amount of rubber in here. We have a deficit. That was the word I was looking for. My apologies. I had the game for brain fart there. But we have a -9 deficit at this point in time. Now we also have an agent to be recruited, and this is where I'm going to show you the other aspect of the game with the agency DLC. Okay, I'm going to get this guy. Alright. And now, as I was saying, the -9 deficit, okay, it's going to resolve itself when we get enough of these built. That's going to create fuel for us, but it's also going to get us out of that -9 deficit. So that's why we're building those. Now, towards the bottom of this, you'll see these containers. This is the fuel storage that we have on hand. It's going to increase the capacity of it. So these two buildings or buildings that we're building, they're not necessarily buildings, but these two go hand in hand. Okay? These produce the gas. These produce storage for the gas. In other words, right now, it tells me with the amount that we have right now, I have 158 days worth of fuel. When these start to get built, specifically this one, okay, because these are going to be built before that, it's going to increase the amount that is stored up here. So that number is probably going to go from 150 days to a couple of years. Make sense? And what we're going to do is we're now going to build a spy network into the Netherlands, and we're going to let him build said spy network. And then we're going to have his buddy at the same time go in there and promote fascism or propaganda so that we can get the national unity in that country low enough that we can promote the fascism idea without any issues. It's a long process, but while that's happening, you can actually build your army. And it's a way around the allies, to be honest. If you don't want to get the allies involved too quickly, this is how you do it. You get bigger under their nose. Because here's the deal. What happens is, if you invade a country that is not fascist, the British and France, they get wise to it and they join it and they protect that nation. However, If you do not do that and you turn it fascist before you invade it, then they will not give a crap. So if you are new to the game and wondering why I'm doing this, it's so that I can keep Britain and France out of my business for as long as possible. That is why we're doing this. So yes, it's a long, tedious, boring process, but it is worth doing. All the while, you are strengthening the German army because the Allies don't care at least as far as the game is concerned, how big your army is. They just care what you do with it. Now, turning someone fascist only works out so well. Eventually, the Allies will get wise, and then they will declare war on you anyway. But the longer you can avoid having a war with the Allies, the better. Which is why I was planning on going through the Soviet Union, because nobody cares about the Soviet Union. Okay? The Allies don't care. So even though it's almost mission impossible, that is why we're doing that. It's not that I like the odds of going against Russia. I actually hate the odds of going against Russia. But if we can beat Russia without the Allies getting involved, at that point, if we do beat them, it's going to be impossible for the Allies to beat us. Does that make sense? And so that's why we're prolonging what we're doing. And I got a new agent. So what he's going to do, him or her, whatever. Okay, who we got? We'll get this guy. So what I'm going to have him do is while this guy is building, let's look at the resistance map real quick. My apologies, I don't want to get distracted here, but okay. Alright, that's good. It is going down. Would be going down faster if I had garrisons in there, but what the plan is though is to get this other guy to shoot propaganda while this guy is building the spy network. Because you need power in the spy network to actually do operations as far as the spy network is concerned. So you need strength in the spy network to get anything done. Does that make sense? And so you have one guy constantly build a spy network, and then you have the other people do other things to either convert them to fascism or whatever you want to do. Now we're going to go to the military map mode, okay, and sit on that map mode for a little bit. Actually, I want to drop an attack line for him so that I don't have to do it later. There we go. Now, I do wonder if I were to justify a war goal against the Netherlands. I just want to see what happens if I were to do it right now. I want to see if the French and British get involved. Because if they don't, that's another country we can take for the German Reich without any issues. I'll be watching them, though, the entire time. Because if the British and French decide that they want to help the Netherlands, then I'm going to back off. Yep, just what I thought. I'm gonna back off. That's why you want to switch them over. Now you see what I'm talking about. I don't need these two pals here getting involved here. So that's why we're gonna turn them fascist first. Yes, it's a long process. I get it. You guys want action. I get it. But it's just not the smart way to do things. So we're going to cancel that justification there. And now they're going to stay protecting them. However, once they flip, that's all going to change. They're not going to want to support them because they would be fascist at that point in time. So for as long as they are primarily democratic, then they're going to support the Netherlands. But once they turn fascist, which I'm working on doing, it's going to be a slow process, but once they do that, they're not going to care less whether I kill those people or not. Now, another thing that I need to do is I need to research the supply companies. This is going to allow us to use less supplies in our divisions. So I usually put logistic companies in each division. Let's go to the Spy Network page just briefly. I want to see something here. Can I? Yes, I can. That should eventually allow us to get... Okay, so I'm going to get Air Force Department at this point in time. So yeah, it's just a massive waiting game at this point, guys. It's all it is. We got more Panzer divisions getting ready to come off. So that is actually good. Go back to the Army page here. And so we're just gonna sit and wait for a few days, guys. As dry as it is, it's a smart way of doing things. Okay, that was the Spy Network thing being done. So at this point in time, now we're gonna do this part of the tree and max that out. Again, keep in mind, guys, that this is not part of the base game. This is a DLC feature, so you're gonna have to pay for it. It's not all that expensive. I got mine towards Christmas time, and I got it dirt cheap, so it's really not all that bad. I think it was dirt cheap even on stock price now because they have all the other DLCs out. But I really got it dirt cheap because I waited until like Christmas time and whatnot. But even now, with so many DLCs out, I'm pretty sure that it's dirt cheap now. And I don't think it would even go up any further, to be honest. So, if you want to go grab that DLC, I would recommend it. It does make the game slightly harder, no doubt, but even so, it is a fun DLC to play with. Oh, that's right, I forgot all about that. Hang on, let me pause the game, guys, and we're gonna take care of the divisions that we added to the army. However, there's another thing that I completely forgot about. I need to build some more military factories inside Poland. I completely forgot about that. Because that's what I was going to do after we get through the storage. So after we get through storage, you know what? Why don't we actually build a naval facility, a nuclear facility, and then a air facility. Now, why didn't I do the land facility? Because we already have one. Okay, so that's why I did not do that. Now, after all the facilities are built, I want to increase the amount of military factories that we have available. Boom. And I'm going to make this part of things really, really long. Because military factories are going to be scattered throughout the Reich, across the entire Reich. And there's a reason I'm doing that too. It's because if we even have a chance at beating the Russians, we need to outproduce them. It's not just manpower, we need to outproduce them, which is going to be hard because their country is so big, which is why I'm making the military factory queue so big right now. And then I'll be increasing the build slots as well later. But right now, I just want to get my industry and stuff going. That should be enough to keep us rolling. It's gonna, you can see how long the queue is right now, but it's gonna be worth it. There's a method to my madness here. Oh, I forgot one, didn't I? One thing I do need to worry about as well is the supply issue that we need to take care of on Russia's front as well if we're going to go to war with Russia. So I'm going to build railroads up in that area as well at some point. Now we're going to let the game do its thing. I'm going to go back to the one page. We do have a national focus to pick, so I'm going to pause the game real quick. Naval dockyards, nice. Here we go. We can't spare anything, dude. No, not when we got stuff planned here. Let's go to the intelligence page real quick. So it's 2% now, the national unrest, if that makes sense. I'm gonna try and get that as high as possible, and we have another agency person come in about 28 days. He's gonna work on counterintelligence so that spies don't get into our country. Well, these two actually work on other stuff. Let me look at the resistance page real quick and make sure it's going down and whatnot in Poland. Oh yeah, it's going down. Okay, that's good. Alright, so once the resistance gets to the point where it's non-existent, I'm going to switch her over to propaganda as well. But until we get that in control there, I'm not going to take her off of snuffing out the resistance. And it looks like we're going to get a couple more infantry divisions very, very soon. Do we still have that deficit? I wonder. I would like to see if we do. No, but we do, but it's down to 4 instead of 9, so that's good. That's really good. All right. So far, so good. The agents have not been caught yet, and it's not a matter of whether they will get caught, it's a matter of when they will get caught. That's what it is. So right now, as you can see, we have major supply issues in that area that we have right now lined up. But to be fair, I'm gonna fix that real quick. First of all, I'm going to upgrade the railroad system. Now, because of that, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go down to the bottom and push these railroads to the top. Okay? They're going to go very, very quick. So that is why I'm not entirely worried about that. But I do need to get those railroads put to the top so that the supply issue is somewhat rectified. So we're gonna push pretty much every railroad that we got here. And there's gonna be more too. We're gonna be putting more in as well. What I'm doing here, if you guys are wondering, is upgrading the railroad system so that more supplies flows through it. There's a lot of level 1s here, and I don't want that. Max is level 5, so what I'm trying to do so that more supplies flows through here is upgrade the railroad system so that when we finally do go to war with the Netherlands, we don't have a supply shortage. So I'm trying to rectify it now instead of doing it on the fly when we have to go to war with them. It's going to be a while before we go to war with them, no doubt, but it's going to pay off to have these done now instead of later. Alright, that's all the railroads that we have being built in the country as of right now. I'm gonna want to upgrade this one and this one for sure because they're closest to the border. Now I'm gonna go grab these two and put them to the very top because they're the ones closest to the border. And they're the ones that are gonna feed the men the most when it comes to supplies. You run out of supplies, your men can't fight. So that's why we're pushing these to the top. Everything else is important, yes, but not as important as supplies is. You don't have supplies, you can't do nothing.
Achtung!
Now that we have a new spy person and we can focus on getting these military factories done, I'm going to go and recruit somebody else to, and he's going to be doing counterintelligence, to be honest, because we can't afford not to have somebody in counterintelligence. Once this woman is done with the resistance, then we'll move her over here so we can increase the speed in which everything happens. But not until then. But what we do want to do is get these military factories that we have going on something. I think what we want to do is probably increase the amount of dive bombers that are being produced. We now have a -5 deficit of rubber, but don't worry guys, that is going to resolve itself once the oil refineries are built. Okay? So I am making it worse, but it's not going up fast enough to not be able to be rectified easily. Go with the Navy. And we're going to play the game real quick. Again, if you guys haven't subscribed yet, make sure you push that subscribe button. It helps me out. And again, I do appreciate the two of you guys that have been watching for so long, because basically for me to get monetized, guys, I'm just waiting for the watch time to go up. So I'm going to be streaming quite a bit until that happens. So I do appreciate you guys that are watching right now, because it helps me out. I'm just waiting to get, the 10,000 watch hours or 4,000 watch hours or whatever it is. And it's some ridiculous number, but it is what it is.
Befehle. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
So what we're going to do now is actually add divisions to this guy, which is going to make the supply issue worse, but it's going to resolve itself. And if I need to, we will build depots at the border as well. We're going to build that up really quick here. You can see that these railroads go real quick. And let me show you something, guys. We're going to go to the supply map really quick here again. Okay. You can see, do you remember how bad it was, guys, last time when I looked at this map? It's almost completely resolved now because we did that. Not entirely, but it's getting to the point where it's manageable, okay? Which is what we want to do. We want to keep our supplies at a level that which they can function. And once again, I'm going to shoot these railroads to the top as well. So we're going to be building railroads like crazy, but if we don't, then we're going to have problems later. And we don't want that. So, even though it might, Lee, you're building so many railroads, it's like, yes, I understand that. And I'm just making the queue longer in a sense, because we also need to get down here to get these military factories done. I understand that, guys, but primary goal right now is to rectify our supply issue. I'm basically trying to make it impossible for them to have an issue until they get deep into territory. That's what I'm trying to do here. I think that should be enough to rectify it, though, to be honest. Thankfully, these railroads do get done very, very quick. There's not a lot to them. Again, the reason why we are not invading the Netherlands right now is because I want to keep them out, France and England, out of the conflict. Okay? Because let me walk you through what the plan is. Okay? So my plan is to go through these guys, then turn around and go through Belgium, then have a second front against the French. So it's going to take some time. It's going to take years and years to do this, guys. I do realize that. I understand that. But it's going to be worth it because by the time I execute this entire plan, it's going to be too late for France, at the very least. England, maybe not. But France, yeah. It's going to be too late. It's 1938, so I need to start pumping the weapons and stuff once again. If you guys would sit tight, I'm a little bit behind schedule. I have to go take some medication. I will be right back. Alright. I'll be back in a few minutes. Just sit tight. There we go. Okay. I'll be back in a few minutes. Though my computer mouse is gonna go crazy for a few minutes. Hopefully that doesn't annoy you. I apologize for that. Okay, guys. Medication down. So I'm back and we can unpause the game here. Okay, we can unpause the game here. Let me just shoot to one of these commanders. That would just be easier. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna unlock a couple of these doctrines. That's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna cost them XP, but yeah, you can see that that kind of stuff costs a lot of XP to do, but they have some pretty nice modifiers, as you can see. And because we are using armor divisions, it's kind of nice to unlock some of those. Okay, let's look at the spy network thing. See what kind of thing we're dealing with. 7% unrest from the what do you call them? The propaganda and stuff. Now, the reason why I'm doing this before I promote my fascism is because the higher this goes, from what I understand, okay, the faster we're going to be able to convert them to fascists, okay? So what I'm trying to do is wait until this gets to a higher number and then start to get him to promote fascism, if that makes sense. Because we want them to flip before we do something. That way these two idiots don't get involved in it. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Okay. Armor. Let's do the light tank armor designer. It's what we'll do. And then no, we cannot go to War Economy yet. Alright. Cool. Whatever. Whatever. Let's unpause the game here. And now it's just a massive waiting game, guys. That's pretty much all it is. But in the meantime, as we're waiting, the German army is becoming stronger and stronger right underneath the British nose and the French nose. Because we're being kind of dormant without being dormant. I'm surprised that the Netherlands has not caught us in terms of the spies in the Netherlands right now. I'm really, really surprised at that. I'm really surprised at that. Oh, that's right. I was gonna get. Yeah, let's get this and then combined arms after that. So once again, I'm
Zuhören!
just gonna double click here to one of our armies and then unpause the game so I can go. I want to check the supply map mode real quick. Yep, so you can see that essentially the supply issue has been pretty much rectified except for this little puny area of that. We're gonna change this to trucks. Now you can see that it got even smaller, just ever so slightly. Change this to trucks, and as you can see, the map, the supplies available is actually changing. I want to upgrade this to level 5, and I'm gonna move that one up to the top as well. The reason why I don't really worry about the positioning in regards to the railroads is because they all get done very, very quickly. They don't take that much to build. So when I put new railroads in, I always jump them to the top, and then whatever happens, happens. Because they go by so quick, you don't really need to put them in a particular order. If you started one before the other one, it doesn't really matter because they all go back. They all get done so fast, it doesn't really matter too much. But upgrading the supply depots to be using trucks, what that does, I said it earlier in the stream, but what that does is it allows you to carry the supplies further into the territory that you're trying to conquer. So you always want to change your depots that are close to your territory that you're going to invade to the trucks. It does cost trucks, and you have to be building trucks, but it really doesn't cost all that much. Again, we do have quite a while. It's not letting me actually move these up. Let's go back to the queue and see if it fixes it. We do have quite a while before we actually get everything else done. That is understandable. However, the most important thing here is making sure that we have enough supplies going through in each area. That should be your primary goal. Everything else can get done over time. If you're planning on invading somebody, make sure you have that stuff done. For so many years, I struggled with the supply system. But then I actually looked it up on YouTube. I was like, oh, this is what I'm doing wrong. I'm such a dumb rear. And now, when I go to invade a country, I always make sure all my railroads are set and ready to go near the country so that I can go further into their country without any issues. You're going to have issues. The further you go into a country, the more you're going to have issues. However, this makes it so that you can go further. Keyword being further in the country without having issues. If that makes sense. And I might be rehashing this supply thing, but it really is very, very important that you actually do that. So the first thing you want to do every time when you try to invade a country, the years before you invade a country, you want to get these railroads done. Again, we are going to be sitting here for quite some time because we're going to convert the Netherlands to a fascist government. But while we're doing this, we might as well be productive and actually do something about supply issues. We don't necessarily need to fix it now. It's going to be years, but it's something that we can take care of now, and why wouldn't we? As you can see, the supplies is now completely rectified. Completely rectified. Just from doing that. And always remember, the supply depot is closest to where you're invading. Always switch them to trucks. And never take trucks completely off your production line, because that's what you use to transport supplies once it gets off the railroads. Yep. Now we shouldn't have any issues whatsoever. I do want to check the spy network page and see. Yep, 14%. I think we're going to start promoting fascism when it reaches about 50%. Okay? That way we have a nice modifier that it goes up faster. Okay, the next thing we're going to get in national focus wise is we're going to get this combined arms thing that's down here. Yeah. -5 consumption, that's nice. And if we have air superiority, then we get a 10% modifier. That is nice. Let's check the railroads and stuff. As you can see, the railroads go by very, very quick. It does not take much at all for them to be built. That's why I always move them to the front, because they don't take long and your other stuff can be moved on to at that point. And it negates the fact of having a possible supply issue. And again, guys, I understand that this is the boring part, but that's how this game is. I wish I could skip right to the conflict. But if I were to do that, that would get some powerful allies involved, which I do not want to do. So again, you guys that are watching, because I can see that, because it actually shows me on screen. You guys that are watching, I do appreciate you watching through the boredom and everything, but that's kind of why I'm kind of trying to talk with you guys as much as I can. Okay, as you can see, our spy now has now been captured. So what I need to do is get somebody to go help him. Because if somebody doesn't, well, he's going to die. So what we're going to do is I'm not going to use this guy because he's building the spy network. But what we are going to do is go prepare a rescue operation, and the guy that we're going to use will be this guy. This allows us to still maintain the pressure on the resistance and everything using the one lady without sacrificing something that's more important, such as the spy network, because the power of the spy network, it requires to actually do actions like this. He's going to prepare for that rescue. And I'm going to upgrade our intelligence defense. While he's trying to do that, I'm going to let the game go. I really appreciate you guys that have been watching through all this. I just want to do this the smart way. I don't want to be stupid with it. So I appreciate it. I'm trying to move as quick as I can, but I'm not going to be stupid with this. So you can see that the spy network strength is now 100%. So technically, I could have him do something else, but I'm not going to, because the spy operation to rescue the other spy that you can see that is behind bars is going to cost spy network strength. So what you want to do is you want to have one guy constantly building your spy network so that you can constantly do operations if you need to. And he's gonna go get him, hopefully, and succeed. We just gotta wait 34 days for the first segment of it, and then he'll move on to the next segment of it, and hopefully he'll be able to get him out. It's not a guarantee, but hopefully he'll be able to get him out. I'm going to pause the game because we need to get a national focus here. So I'm going to go with paratroopers. That national focus. Now we can play the game here. Cool. Now, I'm now going to upgrade our defense once again for the last time. And then we're gonna upgrade the partisans defense, because after that, that's gonna allow us to deal with the resistance easier. We do have some net spies in this, in our country, so I do have somebody working on that, but it's up to him to catch those. As you can see, once again, the railroads get built very, very quick. Let's look at the supply map here really fast. Actually, I want to take a look at the resistance map here. Oh yeah, it won't be too much longer, and then I can take her off of that to do something else. Oh yeah, before I forget, I'm gonna wanna alter my divisions to have those supply companies. So what we're gonna do there is we're going to say that we're gonna edit these, okay, and we're gonna say that we want to put a supply company in there. This is just regular division, so we want to put a recon company in, and then the last one we want to put a field hospital in there, and then we're going to save. That costs a total of 30 XP. That's why the passive XP is nice. Now that does decrease how quickly they are from training and whatnot, but that's because we're basically adding more men to the division to do specific jobs. I'm also going to edit our Panzer division to have those as well, but I'm going to have them have maintenance companies. There we go. So now we're really using less supplies. Now if you take a look at the supply map, no, come on now. Let's go to the army mode for a second. Now, I'm gonna get a new technology, and I'm gonna get these armor things. I'm gonna get the armor maintenance company is what I'm gonna do. And then I'm gonna replace the maintenance company with the armor maintenance companies, because they know armor. Like specifically, that's their job. As I was saying earlier before my mouse went crazy, as you can see now, we're using a lot less supplies even with the supply companies in there. So they're quite useful, because sometimes they can turn a bad situation into a good one. Let's. Alright, there we go. Got a passive defense up. And I believe at this point in time, what we're going to do is I'm going to go to the Panzer schools, get this one. And, okay, how much longer? It's 2 days on that cycle, but it's, yeah, it's the last 2 days of that operation. So hopefully he gets him out. He did. Praise Jesus. Praise God. Okay. So, as you can see, that makes it so both these guys go on counter intelligence. We want to put at least one of them back in here doing this. And then I want to get our this to both levels. This is gonna allow us to deal with the said resistance a little better. As you can see, it is slowly going down, and I'm not using military police. It's 1938. Okay, so let's go see what we can't do in regards to 1938. We already did the military stuff, at least on this end. So I think we're going to do engineering. 1938 radios. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. And honestly, well, yeah, let's get the advanced computing, because that's going to help us with our research speed. Alright, now we just let the game do its thing. Again, guys, if you have not subscribed yet, push that subscribe button. It helps me out. We're up to almost 1,240. I try to make it 1,300, guys. And again, I appreciate all y'all that have been watching the stream off and on, because I need the watch hours to be monetized. That's all I need, guys. So many watch hours. That's it. So I greatly appreciate you guys. I just want to make that known. I tell you guys on the shorts all the time that I love y'all guys, but I truly do. I could never really say it enough, to be fair. Okay, so now we're over just by one. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take this one and give it to this guy over here. Okay? Who that is, I do not know. I'm going to say that I'm going to give this to maybe this dude here. He is new, he is green, I get it. But we're also going to add him to this field marshal. He now has 4 out of 5 armies attached to them. So if you want to grow the army even more, we have to have a different field marshal, unless we want somebody to be separate from field marshal. If we do want to go down that avenue, then it's perfectly okay to do that. But I like to have people attached to a field marshal, because then you get to give mass orders to multiple 24 division armies. So that's why we're kind of doing that there. But that also means that what I need to do is clear this order completely out and put a new order. Actually, dang it, I did that wrong. Forgot to click on the field marshal. Click on the
Angetreten.
field marshal. Okay, here we go. This is what we want there. And then once I hit the play button, you'll watch that even he goes to that front. And I'm also going to give that's to a 2nd degree level. So I'm also going to give a new attack order, because we deleted it last time. And he's just going to cut right through the Netherlands here. And we're about to get more panzer divisions as well. That's good, actually. Let's unpause that. Let's get rid of that. And let's look at the intelligence screen yet. Okay. So that's up to 5% right now. There we go. Okay, we got our new panzer divisions here. So I'm gonna go to the
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
and then we want to attach them to this guy over here. I think what I'm going to do, guys, is start to promote fascism at this point in time. So let's go ahead and actually do that. Promote ideology. As you can see, it's kind of a higher number now, because we've been doing the propaganda thing. That's what that does. How's the resistance in Poland right now? If it's kind of low, I'll take her off that. I think we can take her off that. Maybe not though. I could build some garrisons and put the MP division thing in there, and it would basically make it go down big time. Actually, to be honest though, I think we should do that. Hang on. Because I want her to be doing other stuff. Okay. So, let me take a look at... Okay, this is 9 across. Okay. Now, with that being said, I gotta remember that. Then I want to go to the division designer and say that I want to make a garrison division. Okay? And it's going to be an empty slot. And I want to make sure that I get 9 across. They're going to use the same amount of brigades in each one, but their support brigades are going to be slightly different. But they're going to be worth the same amount of manpower. I'm just not going to put as many support brigades in there. Okay, now we're going to put our support brigades in there. And the one thing that we're going to crucially put in here is we're going to put military police in here. And this allows us to deal with the resistance easier. Now, another thing that I'm going to put in here, we're going to put one more thing in here, and that is going to be the supply company, the logistics company. Now, the garrison division is now completed. So what we're going to do is we're going to rename this so that we know what this is MP. Okay? We're going to rename that, and then we're going to exit this, and then we're going to say that we would like to train some MPs and I'm going to train, if I can, I should be able to. $24 of this times 3. I think that's 72. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. they're going to spawn at some point in Poland. And then I'm going to spread them out throughout Poland. Now we're going to let the game go. As you can see, the railroads are basically done at this point in time, which makes me curious. Yeah, the supplies over here is quite good, actually. What the heck happened? Oh, he's sick for 30 days? Okay. Whatever, I guess. I guess one of our commanders is sick for frickin' 30 days or whatever. I don't know. Okay, so fascism at this point in the Netherlands is at 11%. We could be getting it done faster. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna take her off of the resistance thing only because I do have military police coming. She's gonna increase the rate in which fascism increases by 0.4. So what it's actually doing is fascism right now is 5 point something, 5.36. But as you can see, that is steadily increasing. Okay, that is very, very good, because once we get them to flip, we can invade them with no problems from the Allies. I need to get a new technology and a new national focus. Let's see here. We can start doing this at this point. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Again, I do realize that this is the boring part. Like you guys are probably chomping at the bit. Like, come on, Lee, let's kill some people. But it trust me, it's gonna pay off later. I can also get some free territory for the Reich as well, and I think after we do this national focus here, I think that's what I'm gonna do is get some free territory. Oh, that's right. I need to go get that guy out of prison before I forget so he doesn't get killed or something. Okay. We'll have her do it. In all honesty, we'll have her go get him out of prison. We need to build up the there we go. I keep forgetting to build up the spy network. Okay, yeah. We're gonna use the MPs for the garrison. Yep, as you can see, it is starting to go down now, even though we don't exactly have the MPs out in the field yet. Is that rescue operation done? Preparing to go yet? Yes it is. So let's go get him. Go get our boy back. Okay. Now we're gonna go down the operations section. We gotta be out of that deficit by now. I wanna see if we are. No, but close. We're -2 on rubber, so we're heading the right direction. As you can see, that Navy fleet now has 36 E-boats. And again, guys, don't forget to push that like and subscribe button if you like how I'm doing things. I know it's a little bit like unorthodox just waiting this long, but it pays off. What What is the percentage of fascism right now? Fascism is now 11%. Well, we can actually read that by using the spy network thing, but this gives you a more accurate number, and honestly, it is easier to read as well. It is very well done. Once we do this right, it is actually going to be able to invade the Netherlands without the Allies getting involved. That's kind of why we're doing this. And then I'll probably be able to honestly invade France with an easier time because I'll have a second front. Okay, now no, it's almost 1939. Okay, cool. And we're about to get the garrison forces that I asked. At least one section of the garrison forces. Yeah, this is 72 divisions by the time these guys are done. The reason why I'm recruiting so many of them as well is because I'm gonna use them to defend the border with the Soviets. So that's why we're doing that as well. It's not just the garrison forces, it's actually the defense mechanism as well. I figure if we have, 72 divisions in the field when we declare war on the Soviets, they'll have to deal with the regular army, but they'll also have to deal with 72 divisions trying to defend. So that's the plan on that. That's why I recruited so many of them just for Poland. Okay, national focus. We're going to start to get free territory at this point. Historical politics. The Rhineland. We're going to bypass that because it's too late in the game to actually do that one. And then we're going to try and get Anschluss, which the army is not big enough to do that yet, unfortunately. So, what should we do next? Let's do an army focus here. Okay. Well, that's working on. Go back to the army tab.
Befehle.
And see what's what. Now the garrison army is going to be separate from the army with the field marshal. They're going to be a separate army of 72 because I don't want them, the field marshal commanding the I don't want the field marshal commanding a garrison force is what I want. Because they're not really going to be fighting except for when we're at war. So, okay. Now we're starting to pump through the oil refineries, which is good. All right. Right, so he got caught. So once again, you can see why I have not took the guy that was building the spy network off of what he was doing because we constantly have to rescue these people. Let's promote fascism. I completely forgot about that. 9 per day. There, 0.9 per day. There we go. All right. Okay, now we're gonna edit our panzer divisions. I think those are the MPs.
Achtung!
I think. You know what? I really. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go ahead and change their symbol for the MPs so that I know what's what. No, that was regular army, apparently. Okay. So before they come off, the military police, I'm gonna change their actual symbol that they use. I don't recall. Yeah, let's go with this. Actually, you know what? Let's go with the star, just because, you know, sheriff and whatnot. It would just be. This way we can tell what is garrison forces and what's not. That way it's just easier to manage.
Achtung!
Now, these are just regular troops, as you could see that. So I'm gonna add them to that guy. and we still have zero supply issues, guys. There's not a lot of guys that can say that. Now, the bigger the country is, the more chance you have to having supply issues. The Netherlands, obviously, it's not very big, so it's not going to be that much of a problem. Oh, yes, I did. That's right. I did get. Okay. So now it's about 1939. So I'm going to upgrade to the MP38s. National focus. Let's get this. This is going to give us one build slot and one free military factory. So that's going to be useful. Hey, we got 5 people watching. Thanks for watching, guys. Again, we're just going through the boring part and trying to do this the smart way. And it might actually take longer to do things, but... And because we are doing this the smart way, guys, feel free to talk to me in the chat. I like to talk to you guys and have conversations with you guys. So feel free to talk to me if you guys want to. How's another one's looking? We've still got a long way to go, however, they are 17% fascist at this particular point. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to start to go down the production tree as well. Once again, because it is 1939. Again, we should be out of that deficit by now. Actually, to tell you the truth. Yes, they're ready to go get that guy back. So we're going to go get him back. Upgrading the spy network once again. And I'm gonna get the medium tank because it's 1939. So I don't see why we wouldn't get the medium tank. Okay, we got our free military factory. Awesome. I think we are out of the deficit, just barely though, I'm not gonna lie. Just barely. I think we need to produce more trucks. That's a little more demanding because if we want to produce the Panzer divisions at a faster rate than we currently are, then we're going to have to just produce more trucks. So that's why I put the one military factory on that we just did on trucks, because even though we don't have any divisions that use trucks, we have panzer divisions, which currently I could phase them out because we do have XP for that, but like currently the panzer divisions use trucks. So if we want to produce them at a faster rate, we're going to have to actually produce more trucks so that we can recruit more of the panzer divisions. Again, I do apologize how dry this is, but like I said, it pays off in spades later, because you have a second front in which you can go up against the French. So in other words, you put 24 divisions or an entire army on this front, but then you do the same with this front, and what you do is when they try to punch through this little triangle here, you have them guard that place, and they can't do it. Okay? This part right here is always hard to punch through because it's the Maginot Line. Okay? But if you go through the Netherlands and you go through Belgium, France is having a hard time guarding two places. And this is the weaker point of France. So that is why what we're doing is we're turning these people fascist so we can take them over, and then we'll be turning Belgium fascist so that we can take them over, and then if possible we'll be turning France fascist so that we can turn them fascist and take them over, and so Britain ends up being alone and fighting England by themselves. So it's going to be a long episode. It's going to be a long stream. It's going to be a long series because I'm going to be streaming this days back to back. And the reason why that I'm playing for so long is because this plan actually takes days to execute, like real life days. I mean, if you play this game from sun up to sundown, you could probably do it in one day. But this plan actually to execute takes time if you do it correctly. And we almost have our first 24 divisions worth of military police. Which that is going to be their own separate army that's not going to be a field marshal commanding them. It's just going to be a separate army. Now, once we get multiple armies of MPs, I may put them under a field marshal. But until that point, then I'm not going to do that. Get the conversion speed here. Actually, let's get this. Well, actually, we probably should get the conversion speed first. Okay, we got him out of prison. So what I'm going to have him do is promote fascism once again. He's going to make fascism go up by 0.4 each day. Which doesn't seem like a lot, guys. It really don't. But as time goes on, it adds up. And you want to do this until the nation flips. So that when you go invade them, you don't get in trouble with the big powers. Alright. Game's on pause now. We really have a lot of these. Yeah, but we're almost done with the oil refineries, so. I almost feel like we may want to do this. Okay, that should be our military police. I'm thinking.
Zuhören!
No, that was 2 Panzer.
Achtung!
Okay. Nice. We got 2 more Panzer divisions. I wonder how many divisions total
Befehle!
this actually is. Let's zoom in and see that. 75. Holy crap, that's insane. 70 freaking 5 divisions in one freaking army. And look at the supplies, guys. This is ridiculous. It's not even affecting the supplies whatsoever. That is crazy. So effectively, we are supplying 75 divisions with absolutely no problem.
Alright.
Okay, these are our MPs. Alright, so what we're going to do with this is we're going to put them into a different army with a different commander. I'm going to make him kind of crappy. And then what we're going to do is we're going to space them out throughout Poland. Bam, 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 boom, 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 boom. Alright. Now watch what happens when I unpause this. It makes the military police go throughout the conquered area. And the effect that it has, I don't know if we'll have any resistance at this point because it's been a long while. But what that does is it forces the resistance to go down. massively. Alright. So I'm gonna try and get Onslaught at this particular point. I'm gonna try. But I'm not sure if I can. No, I can't. Dang it. That really sucks. What that does is it allows me to get Austria for free. And I'm running out of national focuses that I can think to actually do. So I'm just going to start clicking at random. Whatever I can do, we're going to do. We're about to get more regular divisions. That is crazy. Honestly, I'm gonna try to phase out the trucks requirement for, you see, it requires 2 trucks. I'm gonna try and phase out the trucks requirement for the divisions and whatnot. I'm going to kind of try to put armor battalions in instead, so that we're not using trucks at all for these divisions. Okay. So now we have to do another research. Actually, I'm gonna go back to the production one here. Oh, you know what? We probably honestly should do construction. So let's go ahead and do that. This will make it so we can construction faster and whatnot. Okay, now let's get a new national focus here. And like I said, at this point we're just doing stuff whatever we can do until I get enough manpower in the field to do what I want to do. As you can see now, the Netherlands has a 26%. Here, let me. Yeah, 25%, almost 26% fascism. So they are growing. It just takes time. And what you do is you cause them to flip, and once they do flip, the allies don't care. So the smartest way to deal with them is to actually just grow your army while you're doing this, and you gain more territory, more territory, more territory, and you get to the point where you're unstoppable.
Bereit. Bereit.
And I just added 5 more divisions to that front. That should be almost 80 divisions on that. Let's take a look.
Achtung.
Yeah, I nailed it on the head. We got 80 divisions on that front of the Netherlands, guys. They're gonna get slammed. And they're gonna get slammed hard. I'm gonna make him do training exercises. Just so he can get the attack buffers and stuff. Because we added divisions, brigades to support them, their experience went down below trained. And so I'm going to try and get them all to level 3 at the very least. That way it gives them more of an attack modifier. But training exercises only allows you to get to this silver bar here. Anything else you have to get by combat. So I'm going to try and get everyone to the silver bar, and then actually then at that point they'll really crush them because they'll be trained up. Forgot, I need to get another national focus here. Yes, I can get it now. Cool. So we're gonna get Austria for free more than likely. As you can see, what this is doing is training this entire army.
Angetreten.
That's how useful field marshals are. You can give a mass order to massive amounts of people. How many men is 80 divisions? Well, let's find out. Well, actually, we have more than that, whatever this number is. Okay, so we have 83,000 in the garrison. Okay. But in the army, oh damn. Oh dang. We have almost 2 million in the army itself. That's not counting Air Force, that's not counting anything. That's not counting anything else. That is craziness right there. Awesome. Let's increase that production since we already have another one being on construction. Let's check on these tabs here. Okay, so fascism right now, if I can tell, is about 20. It's easier to read off this. Advanced tools. So, what we're going to do now that we have advanced tools is we're going to do different national focus when the one we're doing is completed. You know what? I'm going to start to get the special forces going. Let's go with the Marines. Let's look at this. It's probably close to 30% now. Yeah, it's roughly 30%. It's rounding up to 30% right now. And once they flip, guys, they're getting ran over. And we have an army of almost 2 million sitting on that border. That's not including garrison. That's utterly insane. Okay, how is everything working out there? Okay, so I'm gonna wait until these guys flip to the silver bar. I'm not gonna worry about the panzer divisions on the bottom because most of them are. So you're gonna stop that. There we go. Most of them are at the silver bar at this point, so it's not going to matter much if only a few of them are not at that point. So we're just going to let this ride. As soon as we start to take over the Netherlands, I'm going to get the spy network being built in Belgium, and we're going to repeat the process. And like I said, yes, it's a lengthy process, but it is worth doing because it's a nice little hack to keep France out of the war, to keep England out of the war. It's absolutely crucial that you keep them out as long as possible. And before you attack one or the other, turn one of them fascist. Because at that point, they will not care. I'm gonna increase our artillery production in regards to this. As you can see, we are supplying nearly 100 divisions on a person's border with no problem. That's why doing the legwork now pays off in spades. Okay. Demand Sudetenland. Do we have enough for that? Yes, we do. Okay, guys, I'm going to end the stream right here. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Probably tomorrow I'll be doing this, so make sure you tune in.
I don't want to be on that screen. I shouldn't have to be on that screen. Nobody comes to the way what they do. They just throw stuff on the floor.